Thank you.
First arm flew out the parking lot. Went to the house. Knocked on the door. Nobody answered.
Hello, chat. Sorry what happened. Apparently, the frame rate dropped drastically. But this is part 2. This is actually the actual stream that we're going to be doing right now. Sorry for what happened. So basically we're climbing out and the whole stream just shut off on me. But we are currently en route from Tokyo to Orlando, and we are climbing out right now. But sorry, chat. Sorry for what happened. Hope it stays stable here. That got me a Soylent, chat. On Vat Simulator, we've been online for an hour and 20 minutes. Should have been the whole stream. Sorry for what happened, chat. That was... the whole stream, like, went to crap. coming up on 600 chat. We're at 1,000 feet lower. That means I can't go any higher. This chat. Hopefully we make it to Florida this time. One view so far. Hopefully.
Feedback is with endless access to millions more requested. It's where sound shuttles like you can watch, forces algorithms to refresh. The anti-person offers first purchase at feedback.com. Feedback to you. Check the price today at avis.com. Yes.
Hey T9, what's up? Yep, Mr. Roblox YouTube, hello. Hey, chat. I'm gonna send you guys something in the chat, hang on. Alright, chat, we're going to be playing some Discovery Plus on board today's flight. We're going to play some Ghost Adventures. Anybody believe in the paranormal?
All the way like right here. And I was waiting for it to keep going, but it was like it did tease. Yeah, it was like a tease, but I've never felt that. And it wasn't like a cold chill, but it was just random how everything worked out exactly.
We're officially at Mach 2, chat.
Feeling I didn't want to leave the room. I felt like I was being teased. And in all honesty, I wanted more. I want to write my letter, and I feel like just by last night in the lockdown, my letter's not well. Well, I know that we're not leaving until tomorrow, so guys, we're staying around tonight. Sure.
Alright, shut up, right back.
As paranormal investigators, we encounter all kinds of evil
I'll run in the bathroom.
entities, but there are countless spirits in this world who do not wish to frighten or cause harm, but rather show affection. I came to the Wayside Inn to court the lonely spirit of Jerusha. I felt her presence during our lockdown, but if you want to know what happened in my second night here, well, you'll just have to find my letter in room 9.
The witch trials of Salem are a stain on the United States of America.
Promotions of somebody else.
The devil is a real force here.
Bridget, what is your last name? Bishop!
Bless on this night. You're gonna need it.
My name is Zach Vagans. I never believed in ghosts until I came face to face with one. You wanted us, you got us. So I set out on a quest to capture what I once saw onto video. With no big camera crews following us around, I am joined only by my fellow investigator Nick Groff and our equipment tech Aaron Goodman. The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations where we will spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn.
You have reached your final destination. Hell.
Raw. Extreme. These are our ghost adventures. We're about to step back into 1692 and explore one of the biggest travesties of justice to ever take place. Between June and September of 1692, 19 men and women were accused of witchcraft and were executed by hanging. And tonight, we'll see what we stir up in this cauldron of dark history. Founded in 1626, Salem, Massachusetts was among the first settlements in the New World. So how did this community of hard-working, God-fearing people erupt in a crucible of murderous rage? It's the question we're here to answer.
The witch trials of Salem are a stain on the United States of America. We weren't the U.S. in 1692 yet, but that is a stain on this land forever. The most important thing to me about the story of Salem is that we never forget what happened, because it's happened again. Joe McCarthy, accusing people of being communists in the 50s, terrorists in modern time, calling people a terrorist. It's a witch hunt, you know?
Just a different topic, but the same premise.
Exactly the same. And this story can still teach us that lesson. People die.
When you get into Salem, you like enter in this little bubble, and the bubble contains its own energy. It's a different sense here. It's a different feeling.
It has its own mystique, doesn't it? Look at how this area is, how long it's been settled, how much various activity went on. A lot of energy has been trapped here. If it had its demise in certain volunteers.
Exactly. This man knows what he's talking about. I'm glad we
Grave
did.
digger.
Yeah, you are a grave digger.
Our mission tonight is to communicate with the wrongfully executed souls who fell victim to the raging paranoia that swept through Salem. From our investigation, you'll get a sense of the strange energy that still permeates this town.
How this all starts in the first place. It starts in the Paris household.
Betty Paris was the first. Reverend Samuel Paris, his daughter, she was acting crazy. She was throwing fits. She was diving under furniture.
Dr. William Griggs, Salem's lone physician, was called upon to examine these strange symptoms.
The doctor checked her out and said, "There's nothing wrong with her medically as far as I can tell. It must be witchcraft. She's bewitched." Once that seed was planted, it grew fast because the fields were ripe. Everybody was looking for it.
Soon, other girls began exhibiting similar symptoms. A local villager, Mary Sibley, approached the Paris family servant,
Tituba and proposed a rather unique way to find out if the girls were truly bewitched.
What Mary Sidley instructs Tituba to do is to mix the girl's urine. You take the urine, you mix it with the flour, you bake it, you feed it to a dog. Yes, yes. You feed it to the dog, and then you watch the dog acting strangely, limping, crying out in pain.
They ate urine cake.
So,
Oh my gosh, urine cake.
When Reverend Paris found out his servant Tituba was practicing this misunderstood form of folk magic, she was arrested on suspicion of witchcraft.
Here's the thing you have to remember. In 1692, Satan, the devil, was a real force here. They believed he was everywhere. So when someone said witchcraft, it was very believable. And so as soon as the accusations start to fly, Judge Corwin's checking it out.
so he just begins writing arrest warrants. And you can see where slowly this is taking shape.
It was hysteria. Hundreds were in prison.
These were called coffin cells. They would be kept in here for months at a time. And they were in the ground in the dungeon. And they say when the tide came in, that water and sewage and rats would go up to their knees, and they're forced to stand up, and that was a form of torture. Thought our lockdowns were bad.
Judge Jonathan Corwin and 4 other magistrates presided over the trials of 20 accused witches. A guilty verdict meant death by hanging. The first brought to trial was Bridget Bishop, a comely woman who was easy target.
She was bawdy. She was voluptuous. She dressed in bright colors. She ran 2 taverns. All the men would flirt with her, and all the wives didn't like her. Some of the accused were saying that Bridget Bishop's coming to them in their dreams. She's trying to possess them, bewitch them.
That was like you're talking about.
They were in league with Satan. It's a big deal. You've signed his book. Your soul is at stake. You've made a pact with the devil.
It's made very clear from the outset, if you confess, you will be spared. You will not be murderers. They felt their soul condemned. They would rather die this life and maintain their integrity in the next.
The Lyceum. This building actually sits on the land that was owned by Bridget Bishop, the first woman that was executed by hanging after being accused of witchcraft. Now I gotta ask you right off the bat. Let's skip forward, okay? Is there stuff going on here?
I think we have a presence here, and I think it is our division. We have weddings. The bride and groom show us photographs. The spirit right there.
Right where we're sitting.
Well, we had contractors doing the sprinkler system, and they were kind enough to work from midnight to 8 in the morning, so not to interfere with our restaurant business.
We're installing the fire sprinkler system on the first floor in the basement. You didn't really know too much about it, but you were just here to do the job.
We're in sound rooms and storerooms and stuff like that. You're kind of allowed that. That's the road. That's all the stairs.
Bridget Bishop.
It is.
Boxes. Top of the stairs, they were there all night, walk by, and up the top, and all of a sudden, you him working down, 3 boxes come flying down the net.
Responsibility was, I went to
Maybe Bridget Bishop was getting pissed off. You're making wisecracks.
Every time I think of going on today,
You guys think that this place is haunted?
They say it's haunted.
It's something else. It's haunted. Don't be in denial.
The Lyceum will be the second part of our lockdown. The first location will be the Witch House, the oldest structure in Salem with ties to the trials. This 335-year-old house was once home to Judge Jonathan Corwin.
This guy that lived here had, I don't know, 10, 14 members of his family, a lot of them young, who actually died in this house that we're standing in right now.
Elizabeth Gibbs, she had 4 children. One passes right in the year she marries Corwin. Margaret passes in the 2nd year that she's married. Little Henry and lot of
Just because that happened right now, I'm just gonna do a quick EVP session. Hi, my name is Zach. I know that it's probably weird because this is the first time someone's come in here and is actually talking to you. I don't want you to be afraid of us with these big cameras. I need to know, did you just grab my hand and use all this energy from this device I have here?
day gone by, 25 years, that I haven't thought about 9/11. The people that gave their lives that day. This all the guys from Rescue 5. One time I went through all the names, 343 firefighters, and I knew by first name 85 of them. But one person became a very important part of my story. John DeLara. I was with him in those last moments. He told me something just before he died. Now his boys have grown up. I need to tell them what happened between me and their dad that day. It's something I feel I need to do.
In chat, I'm playing 9/11 Reunited, and of course that day is coming up in about 2 weeks. And I want to know where you guys were on that fateful day.
It's gone! The whole tower! It's gone! Holy crap! They knocked the whole freaking thing down!
This is the most horrific terrorist attack in the history of the United States.
Just moments ago, one of the World Trade Center towers collapsed. It is gone.
The huge question is what has happened to the people inside those buildings? How many of them had a chance to get out before the South Tower collapsed?
And I will tell you guys where I was that day. I was in school.
Guiding people down the stairs in the North Tower when the South Tower came down.
And
I always compare it to 8 subway cars coming into the station at the same time. Wow.
Yeah, right here.
And my parents were at work that day.
With Rescue 5.
But they didn't know what had hit the building. And they were thinking it was a small plane that hit the building. And there was no point in saying that it was an accident until after the second building got hit.
I was trying to evacuate civilians. There were dozens of people, but we were all trapped. And I tried the doors, and the doors seemed blocked or jammed or whatever. I couldn't get them open. It was impossible because there were metal doors, so there was no way out. I remember my flashlight shining up the stairwell, and everybody on that staircase just looking down at that light at me. I remember for a second I thought, oh boy, you gotta do something here, you're the one. I remember just feeling so much pressure. How are we gonna get out of here?
The New York City Fire Department is issuing a call for a total recall of all officers and firefighters. You should all report to your companies. Again, if you're a New York City firefighter, drop what you're doing, report to your company. A major disaster is occurring in New York City this morning.
I was retired for 9 months before 9/11. I retired from Rescue 5. My dad was a fireman, my brother was a fireman. So the fire department is legendary in my family. I was about an hour outside the city and I stopped to get fuel, and there was a fella with his binoculars looking up with a view from the KMCO, a plane had hit the World Trade Center. They put on, the news, and they were saying, like, oh, we want any off-duty firemen to report to their firehouse. Then it went to I was going in anyway, no matter what.
Flying into hell. It looked like something out of your Holocaust. What are we getting ourselves into? I had been a police officer for 15 years. We would do everything from hostage rescue to people threatening to jump from heights. I had no idea I was going to be involved in one of the greatest rescues in the history of New York City. The rescue of John McLaughlin.
There was dozens of people involved in my rescue. But John and Scott saved my life. I was a sergeant for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey Police Department. I was at the police desk at the Trade Center moments before the first tower collapsed. I remember they had the camera there. That's me. That's me. Yeah, that's me. Gearing up to go out. Yep. Putting a flashlight out with my shoulder. By then, I had a plan in mind. Get equipment, get a team, and get upstairs to rescue people. 5 of us took off that day, but 3 of us never came back. Right after that, life as I know it completely changed. After the first collapse, there was this dead silence. We were trapped in a void below ground, somewhere between building 1 and building 2. And, I was stuck where I was. I couldn't get myself out. And I'm buried up to my shoulder, and my hips and legs are covered in debris. I can't even move my head because my helmet's stuck. So I call for everybody to sound off your name. Will Jimeno and Dominic Pizzullo were the only 2 that sounded off. So I'm assuming the other guys from my team, they're still alive, just separate from us. We were taking a beating from the smoke and the heat from the flames because everything underground was on fire. And I said, at that point, I wrote, we're screwed. I'm at the bottom in the North Tower with all these civilians. No matter what I did, I couldn't get those doors open. I realized I need help. So we started giving it Mayday, Mayday, you know. And I realized my radio wasn't transmitting with that right away. And with that, right after that, 2 emergency service cops were coming down the stairs. Not only were they cops, they were issue cops. They knew what they were doing. Just say to me, like, what's up? What's happening? Like, and I remember telling them, I said, the doors are jammed. We got all these people on the staircase. And I remember saying,
yeah, it was a very, that day happened like any other. I remember being in school whenever they said that they were putting the school. I don't know if they had put the school on lockdown that day, but we had a regional airport that was like right next door to the school I was at.
And then leaving the building. And then it's not too long after that, the emergency service cop, he came over to me. I remember reading his name on his shirt. I picked that right off. His name was John Delara. We just began talking. I said, where do you work? He said, ESU 2 up in Harlem. He said, what about yourself? I said, Rescue 5 on Staten Island. Now, those are probably the two opposite ends of the New York City as you can get. And I remember telling him, we've come a long way to work here together, you know? And he goes, yeah, we have. And he says, what are we doing getting along like this? I remember telling him, I guess it takes the World Trade Center to come down for us to work together. Out of nowhere, he says to me, my wife's name is Carol. I said, my wife's name is Cynthia. He said, I have a son, 7 years old. I said, I have a boy, 6 years old. He said, he got another son, 2 years old. I said, I have a son, 2 months old. And that's what I thought too, I guess, thinking about it. That if anything was to happen to him or I,
we're going to keep the auto throttles off until it starts overspeeding.
Almost like we were writing our own obituaries at the time.
Drawn to helping others. That day, John had to be at work at 7:15 for roll call. We made it a point to always say I love you before he left. So I kissed him goodbye. And I remember our son Nicholas was watching Sesame Street. And then my brother-in-law called and he's like, turn on the news.
We're talking about massive casualties here at the moment.
As I was watching, it took me a few minutes to even understand that this was happening in real life.
But yeah, I'll never forget that day. It is etched in our memories forever.
And I was worried in case something happened to him. If he didn't come back, how would I raise our kids without their dad? They need their dad.
Right there goes the afterburners. Let's see where we're at right now. 4 hours, 28 minutes out. We got some centers on where it's not in our flight path.
quiet. It was eerie. Somebody said, I think we got out of this building now. I remember I pointed right back to him. I said, I think you're right. And I just yelled down the hallways, is anyone up here? It seemed like there was no one left. I said, just lead the way, I'll follow, we go together, you know? John DeLara, he ran first. And then he looked up, he said, it's safe, everybody run. And we all ran out of the North Tower. We weren't out of that building 30 seconds. And now I hear it coming down, a collapse coming on top of us. Up in a ball. I started getting buried. And I remember I had to stick my finger in my mouth to create an airway so I could breathe. And I remember looking around. I know deep inside I knew John was gone. I try to think how long we were together, John DeLara and I. Maybe 25 minutes working together. And in that short time, I listened and I learned about him bringing up two boys and seemingly doing a great job. It was so powerful. I'll never forget our conversation that day. A few years after 9/11, I met Carol for lunch, and I told her the story of John's last moments. But I always wanted But now they're adults, and it feels like it's the right time.
I don't have a whole lot of memories of my dad. So I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Spade, to hear what he remembers from those final hours of my dad being alive. Whatever he can recall, that helps add to the memory of my dad.
Hi, hi. Nick? Yeah, I know. Nice to meet you, Bill. So on 9/11, I was working right outside a stairway C of the North Tower, evacuating people. And then with that, your dad was coming down the stairs. And like, I always say it was like so casual. So like, hey, what's up? You know, like, that was it. It was just, hey, what's up? Inside, I think we're trapped in here. So we got all these people on this, on the staircase. The door is jammed. And then him and I
go the afterburners again.
Steps back and run into that door and shoulder it, And we took turns doing it. He'd run back, hit it, I'd run back, and we got it open a little each time. So we got about that much. And then he let us all out. He saved a lot of lives. You know, like how great that is to say, I saved a life.
I've never actually met anyone that was, you know, there with him on his last moments, so it really means a lot.
The hardest part of my story is when your dad says, you know, my wife's name is Carol. And I said, my wife's name is Cynthia. And then he said he had a 7-year-old. I have a 6-year-old. And then he said he had a 2-year-old. And I said, I have a 2-month-old. The big thing was just to know that he was thinking about this to the very end. That's the most important thing, you know? It was always on my mind that I had to relay that information.
I think that was so good, just to tell your story, and I really am very grateful, and I wanted my kids to hear it. I think it takes a lot of courage because, you know, people say they'll never forget, and you're one of the people who honored that promise. So I appreciate that.
Have you heard from anybody that I give talks at the 9/11 Museum and all? And I talk about your dad all the time. It's where I lost my friends and your dad. It's their resting place. So I feel at home there, kind of. And that's why I do it.
We appreciate that, that the story, that you carried it on. So thank you.
Do you feel like your dad had an influence on both of you?
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely.
Or was it just your mother's?
Yeah, well, no, it was probably like, you know, definitely service-based, you know.
All right, Chet, so we are...
John's the Marine reservist. And Nicholas is in the police department, following in his father's footsteps.
And are you in the precinct now?
Yeah, I'm in the 4-6 in the Bronx. I picked to go there. Yeah.
That was where John's from.
Oh, really?
If you want to pass it around, I don't know.
So I don't know if you know, like when an officer dies in the line of duty, they retire the badge. And it can only go to his children or his grandchildren. So it's the same one that John wore.
Very nice. Your dad would be very proud of you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So happy to see 2 boys becoming the men that your dad would be proud of. Carol has done some great job. Maybe that's why he talks so strongly of her and his boys at those last moments.
My dad died trying to help people. That selflessness and integrity is the legacy that he left behind. I'm very proud of him.
This is for you. This is John.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's just wonderful. I feel like I got a lot off my chest and I was able to maybe finish the job I was supposed to do. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're slowly getting back to Mach 2 chat. But you can listen whenever I put myself in these situations with tragedies.
What'd you say?
I put myself in the situation they were in. I listened to Will Jimenez's story where he was trapped 13 hours. They got him out at 8 p.m. that evening. They didn't get Sergeant McLaughlin out until about 8 a.m. the next morning.
After the second collapse, couldn't see, couldn't hear. I thought I had died. I thought, I'm dead. Myself, Dominic, and Will are trapped below ground. I can't see them, but their voices seem to come from above me. The second collapse brought more debris down in on us, but this debris was bigger and heavier. Now I'm not just stuck,
I'm pinned and being crushed. And my knees and hips, the bones were just being squished together. And it was a severe amount of pain. And I realized at that point that, this is going to be difficult to sustain for any prolonged period of time.
Take any gear we can carry. First aid stuff.
We saw firefighters on their trucks, really not even fully dressed in their uniform. Some had sneakers on. They didn't even have all their garb on. Apparently they just jumped on these trucks and kept heading downtown.
Alright, chat, we are 2 waypoints away from crossing the international date line.
You could see the smoke from all the fires that were burning. And then as you got closer, you saw this enormous, almost hole where the buildings had been. And just complete destruction. You were like, wow, this is unbelievable. It was like, oh my God. How are we going to find anybody that was still alive?
I made my way up to the pile. It was like a war scene. It was just unimaginable.
Come over here, we'll send you company. We'll make companies up, all right?
There's a window of opportunity in the beginning when you could find somebody alive. That was our mission. We just kept on digging and digging. Going into this void, going into that void, digging down. Guys are just like work till they just drop and rest wherever they are, get back up and go back in. It's like a form of combat. But there wasn't anything positive coming out of the pile.
Look at that moon, chat, setting in the distance.
Will was screaming, hoping that would get us. I can't see him, but I can tell in the tone of his voice that something really, really is wrong with Dominic. He got worse and worse and worse, and we could hear him take his last breaths. And it was just Will and I. So, it just added to the desperation. Had to survive. Of course, I was concerned with the pain it's going to subject my family to. If I didn't survive, how badly they would be hurt. I needed to survive for them more than anything else.
As night now falls on Manhattan, the black smoke still fills the skyline where the Twin Towers used to stand.
And down below, rescuers work feverishly under arc lights going through the rubble in the search for survivors.
We are hearing from some folks who have been in the civilian that they have heard sounds that indicate there might still be survivors in there.
It was about 11 at night when one of the chiefs says they got a Port Authority cop that's trapped. They had an initial rescue that was done with Will Jimena already. So Will was out. But John was deep and trapped. They can hear his voice down about 30 feet, but they said, we can't get him, you know? So they want to know if we can give him any assistance. I'm like, yeah, you know? Okay, let us in, boom, and then we went in. My job was to dig every freaking pebble out of this place to get him out of there, you know? So I had to tunnel in, kept on going down, past the fire, and then the smoke, and you had to dig and dig and dig, deeper and deeper and deeper.
I remember when people showed up at the top of the hole, the relief that had. There was hope. I'm laying there and I hear a conversation coming through the rubble pile. I can hear this discussion. Whoever it was asking the right questions. That's the type of person you want down rescued. All I knew was his name was Scott.
I got to John. I said, listen, I'm Scott Fox. I'm from Rescue 5. I'm going to get you out of here, you know? He was in like an area the size of a milk crate, like his head. And it was so confined that we worked in a line, you know, head to toe. And I'm in there and I'm shoving it, stuff through my crotch, and the guy behind me's taking it. And then as you get the opening, you get a little more, you know, a little more. And then I was able to like get in there a little more, work behind him and work around him. Yeah, and stuff is falling, you know. You say like, is the next piece I pull out gonna just come down on both of us? John was in a lot of pain and dehydrated, and you know, he was in a bad way. I didn't want to come out. I wanted to finish, but John says, your arms, you're not even moving that much anymore, because, you know, I'm in there for hours, you know. Lieutenant John Keenan behind me goes, Scott, come on, you man, you're spent. So I got relieved by another team.
Everybody knew John was in a bad way. I was running out to save his life. Because I had paramedic training, I went in. So you would slide down a I-beam, but they were like, be careful, don't fall off the I-beam, because there's like a 70-foot drop. So as I'm going down, I'm wondering, like, why am I sliding, almost like slipping? It was the heat from everything that was burning underneath us was melting the soles of your shoes, so you were kind of just sliding a little bit down. When I got to the bottom, it was only a couple of feet high. At the end of that tunnel, so to speak, was John McLaughlin. It was like, oh my God, this is... I was never more scared in my life than I was at that minute. And I just looked at John, the look of pain on his face.
All right, Chet. So we are.
All right. There was no turning.
We gotta
back.
see where we're at.
I started an IV on the top of his hand.
By the time John got there, I felt I was getting very, very weak. I was still in a lot of pain.
We are approaching.
They wanted to give me morphine. I said no.
Erickson Air Station.
I was afraid they might put me out altogether.
Then things got
Which is
considerably worse. Considerably worse. A doctor had arrived and said one of the things that we have to work out was if the rescuers say the scene is becoming unstable, the patient is becoming unstable, or they just say that we cannot get him out, we're going to have to perform a double amputation. So I'm like, wow, you know, how are you going to do that? He's like, well, I can't do it by myself, and you're the only other person here with medical training. I was never.
Alright, Chad, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to. I'm gonna go get a little snack. I'll be right back.
I wanted to do that. So he's like, well, that's what we might have to do. So you start thinking about what you can use in your bag to keep him from bleeding to death. I said, how are you going to get his legs off? And he says, the cordless sawzall. Normally it cuts through metal or wood. Like, how are we going to get through this?
I had not an inkling that they were thinking about amputating my legs. They're not explaining it to me, which is a good thing because ignorance is bliss. What I don't know is, probably better for me.
That fueled me with the desire to motivate everybody. Like, you've got to give this your all. This is what they're talking about doing. Nobody wanted to see that happen. We knew we had to find another way.
It's the morning after, and New Yorkers discover that yesterday's nightmare is not one they can awake from. The city, the nation, the world have been forever changed by yesterday's events.
When I first got there, he was buried from his waist down, and now he's mid-thigh. Now he's his knees. Now it's mid-calf. So we were seeing progress was being made.
Eventually, they had got the debris off of me. There was hope. I knew we were good. At that point, I'm going to survive this.
I was able to pull him out and then put him into the Stokes basket and then pass him up.
The next thing I knew, I'm out. And I just knew it was daylight. Happiness overwhelms you that I can't believe it. I got out of this. I was trapped for 22 hours.
Volunteers have been working with rescue teams for hours, searching for signs of life. And finally, they did find a sign of life. They worked to pull Port Authority Police Sergeant McLaughlin from the rubble.
I remember they passed me down the line to the ambulance with everything I had left. I'm thanking the police and firemen that I'm passing. I looked around, and that's when I realized I'm a very lucky person. I survived, but John and Scott also survived. They entered that debris field and then climbed down at that hole where a shift in debris would immediately kill them. They'd be done. They knew they were putting their lives on the line. That, to me, was truly heroic. I need to say thank you to them for what they did.
I want them to know how important his survival was to us, because John was a beacon of hope. It was a team effort, and, I'm really doing this so, people will never forget.
I remember I went to see him in the hospital right afterwards. He was...
Alright, chat, I am back. I'm cooking lunch right now.
I just went and saw him. I'm like, John, you gotta live. He was in a coma, so I don't know whether he could hear me or not, and it was just me and him. I'm like, you've gotta live, because too many people did. crazy things to get you to this point, and now you got to do it.
I see John and I see Scott over the years, but this won't be the first time. We've been all together since 9/11. There's a bond there, without a question.
John? Nice to see you.
Always good seeing you. Good seeing you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Well, you're bourbon.
Okay, well, we have something ready for you.
How you doing, all right?
Good, good. Here he comes.
Hello.
John.
John, how are you?
Long time no see. Too long.
Too long. Good to see you.
Same here, same here.
How you doing?
Good to see you too.
How's everything, man? How you been?
Come on in, guys.
It's been a long time. You look good. You look the same.
Go out in the back there. You guys can grab what you want. Take a sip. Cheers.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too.
Who the hell would have anticipated this 25 years ago?
You guys showed up out of nowhere.
Somebody was stuck, and we had to get him out, you know?
Yeah.
When I got down there, I remember he said, "Oh, you married? You have kids?" And you're like, "Yeah, I have 4 kids." I'm like, "You sure you want us to get you out?" And you just looked at me like, "Really?" I'm like, all right.
I had no clue the extent of what happened. I went in to help people. You guys went in an environment that you risked your lives. There was a difference. You were risking your life just to be on that debris pile and continue through that and kept on going. And your contribution allowed me to get out of there and live the life I've had. I got to see my kids grow up. I got to be at my daughter's wedding. I got to meet my grandchildren. And thank you both.
You're welcome.
How do you?
You
How
lived.
do you thank people like you?
You lived. You lived a
what
good
you
life.
did.
That's how you thank us. You lived a good life. You got to be with your family. It worked out great, and I couldn't be more proud of you. It was an honor to have been part of John's rescue. When push comes to shove, we weren't leaving. He was coming out, or we were all staying there.
You were one of the happy things that came out of 9/11 because everything else was sad, you know? You had to enjoy your life with your kids, your grandkids, you know?
Yeah. John and Scott symbolized the best of humanity, those that would sacrifice themselves to save the life of another human being.
I always tell people, it isn't me, it's
Learner's
we,
Paradise, hello.
you know? And the heroes
Welcome
of
to
that
the
day,
stream.
guys
Hope
that
you're doing well.
made it out.
We're representative of our departments that died to help other people. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
If you hear the dog barking in the background, he's going to want some food.
that's why we're here today. Hopefully generations will see this and remember, you know, John?
Guys. All right, here's to you guys. Thanks for coming.
Yep.
I want to give you a little warning before it happens, but I'll tell you right now that I suffered from retrograde amnesia from the events that take place that I'm going to tell you about. So it's not a lot going on in there. Just picture like when you see those in those movies, those little montage flashbacks. So, 9/11 starts for me in the firehouse. I remember hearing distinctly a beep-boop plane in the North Tower. I go, oh my gosh. I remember we had a TV in the kitchen, and you could see there was another plane in the South Tower. I'm looking at the buildings, but I'm also kind of looking at the guys.
There's a sunrise, chat. We're coming up on a sunrise. Light up the afterburners, just keep it as quick as possible. Just want to keep it at Mach 2.
That day, I was a paramedic. My experience was the firefighter, Kevin. He was my only patient, and I had to leave him. It's played on my mind for 25 years. I can't believe I'm going to see him again for the first time since that day.
If you're just tuning in, you may not believe me when I tell you this, but planes have crashed into both towers at the World Trade Center this morning, causing massive explosions in both towers. The FBI is looking at reports that there was a plane hijacking before the crashes. If you're a New York City firefighter and you are off at this time, you are requested to report to duty at your station house immediately. Obviously, we need the help here this morning.
I just completed my probationary period for Ladder 35. I immediately went up to the officer's room, knowing that I was going to be relieved, and saying, "Sir, I know I'm off duty, but I'd like to be able to be on the rig." Says, "Listen, in the truck, we do not have an extra seat for you. So you need to get in a different truck with another team and meet up with us down there." I got excited. It's an adrenaline rush for us. This could be the fire of the century. We go through lights going down West Side Highway. Then that's when I see the two towers. And it was quiet. I mean, dead quiet. Except for the movement of a guy writing a number on his leg. And that was his social security number. So in case his body was found, that they would identify him. And as it got closer and closer, it's starting to sink in.
That morning, I got my lights on. Typical of a paramedic, my first thought was, I want to be there. As a native New Yorker, the Twin Towers meant home. I was a paramedic in New York City in the 80s and 90s. I knew I could operate under some pretty tough situations. But that morning, I'll never forget that drive.
Will we not have ATC on by the time we get over the mainland USA? Probably.
On the sides of the highway.
Probably not.
That's when I saw it. Wow.
We are going to have a sunrise, chat. Let's go ahead and auto throttles.
All those people trapped.
We're slowing back down to Mach 2.
You start going through the math in your mind. The scope of casualties.
Chat, I'll be right back. Phone's ringing.
Someone said this was a terrorist attack. That plays on your psyche as well. I had no clue. No one did. This was going to get a lot worse.
Second jet, fairly large plane, fly in over the south end. I worked at the Pentagon and deliberately fly directly. Everybody was worried about what was happening. All of us were watching TV when the second plane hit the World Trade Center. It's a big gaping hole in it. Flames and smoke have been pouring out since it happened. Monday was my first day at work, and then the next day was September 11th. I was a Navy SEAL. I was in the first Gulf War. As a frogman, you get punched in the face, it's like, okay, now, bring it on.
It was an honor to serve in the Pentagon. At that time, I had a great life. I was married to a guy who I met in the Army, and we had 2 girls.
So we're headed toward Risen
I was
next.
in this conference room on the second floor where there are no windows. We had no idea what's going on in the world right now because all of our focus and attention is on this meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America.
I was watching George Bush on the television.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Basically said, God bless the victims, their families, and America.
Thank you very much.
Took a step to his right, started to step off the podium, and that's when the plane hit the building.
Immediately, the lights went out. I had no time to think.
It would appear that there has been another major explosion. There is smoke pouring out of the Pentagon.
You're trying to figure out what is going on.
We've been on VATSIM for 3 hours 5 minutes.
A fireball had come across the top of my head, and my bangs on my hair were singed off the top. I knew I had to get out of there. So I went to the closest door that I knew could get me to an exit. I grabbed the handle on that door and it burnt my hand. And as I looked under the door, I could see flames. And that's when it came to my mind, oh my God, this building is on fire. I knew there was a window that I could get to on that second floor. That was my goal. You couldn't see anything. And as I started crawling, someone grabbed me. And I said, who is this? And she said, it's Lois. And I said, okay, Lois. And I could hear it in her voice. She was scared. And I told her, hold on to me. So she grabbed my waistband, my belt, and we started to crawl. And I know I crawled over someone. As we crawled along, Lois said, Colonel, I can't go any further. My knees are on fire. She had on a skirt with nylons. And she said, I just can't do this anymore. And I said, Lois, just get on my back. I'll carry you. She got on my back, not knowing there were 5 people behind me in this chain of crawling. So we get to this window. And the window wouldn't open. There are 5 people behind me, and I brought them to this window. I knew in my mind that we were going to die, and this is my fault.
We are approaching the edge of Alaska right now. Because we can see a mountain range in the distance. This is a mountain range right there. That'd be Alaska? It's one of the mountains in Alaska. throttles.
All the officers and all the firefighters, all in the staging area.
Keep the afterburners on.
Or if someone gets hurt.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull them back a little bit, just keep it at Mach 2.
I'm looking around, but I can't find my team. Where's ladder 35? It was my job to try to find them. So I went to the board and I asked the battalion aide, where's ladder 35? Right. It says ladder 35 is in the south tower. Okay.
I understand that you're Office of Emergency Management. You have a hat, right? So you got.
So I entered the south tower, looking for the team. So I start to go up and I look it up and I'm going, this is pitch black. I don't know which direction they went.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull throttles back. Just keep them right there. Let's go ahead and get to Mach 2.1. Actually, let's get it to Mach 2.05. I'm using the throttle. I'm using manual throttle input to keep it at over Mach 2.
The atmosphere was very, very serious. They asked me, can you run forward triage at the South Tower Marriott? I said, sure. I rolled into action. So I'm running towards the
Now
South
we're at
Tower.
Mach 2.05. We're going to keep it right there.
We got that close to the building. You couldn't see what was happening. I had no idea.
Let's keep it at 91% throttle.
We have report now from the White House. There's a security alert there.
The west wing of the White House has been evacuated.
We're approaching Risen now.
All of this, of course, adds to the tension, adds to the fear.
Sirens are going off around this city like you cannot believe, and just overhead something I have never seen. Military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C.
As we look at pictures of the Pentagon right now, we are looking at thick smoke. Where apparently
We have 45 views on the screen, Chad.
Building as well.
Keep them climbing.
We knew we couldn't break the window pane because it's bomb-proof. So our thought was if we bang on the frame of this window enough, it will give. We start kicking it with our feet. The window popped open, so the smoke just started billowing out of the room.
All right, let's go ahead and bring the throttles back a little. Very lightly.
You could see the fire coming down this way.
Let's leave it right there.
I've been in combat, so this wasn't the first time I've been in something like this. I'm thinking I want to try to help as many people as I can. There's all these people milling around.
We're going to keep it at 90% throttle.
And there's one window open and smoke's billowing out, and it's a black, dirty smoke. And about
And we are overspeeding. We're going to bring it back a little.
people were trying to stack other things on top of the dumpster.
bleeding speed back a little.
I'm not really in leadership by committee. I just walk in and said, this isn't going to work. Push that out. And I told him, jump. They're saying, is he really serious? And it's like, yeah, he is.
I just couldn't believe that. But there was no other way out. I could see.
That's way better. We're going to keep it at Mach 2.06. And there is the sun right there, chat. There is the sun.
The fireman catch, where everybody puts their arm in, everybody falls in the middle of it. So they started jumping one at a time.
We lowered the lady down to these people. She was like, Colonel, I can't do this. We say the second floor, but it's more like the fourth floor in a regular building. And she looked me in the eyes like, I can't let go. And I'm like, you have to. And so now I'm getting angry.
There go the afterburners.
She's gripping my fingers and I'm peeling her fingers off. But she fell out of the window, her arms flying.
As she jumps out, everybody kind of steps back. And I caught her and it was like, oh, this is easy. Next.
Now it left my colonel and I in the window. But my mind was still telling me there are others in there. He said, Marilyn, it's time to get down. And I said, sir, wait, let's try. And he said, this is my last time telling you. It's time to get out of this window. I've had many decisions, many orders in the Army. That was probably the only one that I did not want to obey. People below had made a human ladder of themselves. I turned backwards and I started to climb down out of the window.
That is Alaska.
And then
those are mountain peaks.
I call it a human ladder. It collapsed. And I fell into the arms of a Navy officer. He's like, I got you. I got you. You're okay now. And that was the last words I can remember for a while.
After I caught her, she collapsed. They were giving her CPR. They had a gurney, put her on that, and took her away. And I never saw her after that.
You're back to Mach 2.05.
Years since 9/11. Here I am going, why me? Why am I still alive? But I'm thankful and I'm grateful to Craig for saving my life. But I never saw him or heard of him again. I want to know who is he?
We are closing in on the west coast of the United States, chat. We're closing in on North America.
And I would just absolutely love to thank him more than anything else.
We are 3 hours and 25 minutes away.
Is this Craig? How are you?
Good to see you.
Oh my God, look at you. You are still tall. Please have a seat here.
How have you been?
I'm doing well. Your story of why were you in that area? Why were you in that alleyway?
I'd only been in the Pentagon for 2 days, so I didn't know my way around, right?
Really?
Yeah. So after the plane hit the building, I go out.
Okay.
And
so you came into AE Alley then?
yeah, that's what it's called, AE Alley?
AE Alley.
I'd never been there before, right? And I'm looking up, and then I'm looking up, billows of smoke.
Exactly.
And, you know, I was telling you guys to jump, but it was like, you go, no, you go. No, I'm in charge, you go. He was basically telling you to get your ass up.
So you all could hear that down there?
Yeah.
I just knew there were more people in there.
Yeah.
And I kept debating, if you will, with the colonel. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
He's like, right now.
So those are mountain peaks, chat.
Get out of the way.
Those are mountain peaks. We are running parallel to the islands here on Alaska.
Mind blowing. I'm here now because now I can see the world because you caught me. I can now see my grandchildren because you caught me. It's something I can't put words together to say, but the smallest thing I can say is thank you.
This old girl's still holding strong.
I get to be the person to catch you. I'm lucky. It's fortunate. That's my pleasure.
Wish the INS would work.
I appreciate the credit for that, but if you hadn't led those people to the window, I caught those people, but she got them out to that area and got help. So, you know,
We're Mach 2.06, hopes not overspeeding.
Because of what Maryland did before September 11th, for lack of a better word. I didn't really cry. I'm a badass frogman, so I have no emotions. I can shut them down. It doesn't matter, whatever, you know. And ever since September 11th, even now, if I go down that road, it's like, oh, whoops. Let's get those emotions in check.
My biggest word that I've used since 9/11 is resilience. How did I bounce back?
3 hours, 20 minutes away, chat.
I had to show my girls and generations of girls to come, even though you will go through terrible things in life, you can do this.
A little bit about where I was, chat. I'm going to tell the story again.
And now my oldest daughter, who is a mom, who's married now with 3 of my grandchildren. And life is so
And I was in school. I was 5 going on 6.
And that's what Craig did on that day.
My parents were at work. My parents were in the game department of Game and Inland Fisheries. And my dad knew it was a terrorist attack because nobody would fly a plane into the World Trade Center.
That bond will always be there.
Of course, they didn't know it was a terrorist attack until the second plane hit.
But so impactful.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell Will Jimenez's story. Will, I've heard his story. He was a Port Authority officer who was trapped 13 hours underneath the World Trade Center. They were in the epicenter of both towers.
Let me come here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, it's thank you.
I appreciate it.
And he was a rookie on the street 9 months. And in his story,
the president is calling this a terrorist attack. City
you
firefighters
can listen to his story. It's on YouTube.
They're calling it a total recall.
The only thing that we can assume here is that they were both suicide flights going in. There's unconfirmed word that even a third plane was on its way here.
No one clearly knows what to expect next.
I'm in the South Tower. But I still can't find Ladder 35. As I'm wondering, I see jet fuel and spewed out of the building and onto vehicles. And there were a couple other guys that were also separated from their group. And they saw me looking around and they says, why don't we team up and we could do operations outside. We're right by the South Tower. We're like right underneath it. That's the last thing I remember.
I gotta tell you, it was eerily quiet. Out of the building. That was not what we were experiencing.
And we are having a sunrise chat.
Walked into
there is the
South
sun.
Tower Marriott lobby. I'm at the doorway. And the loudest sound I've ever heard. As I could. Did I giggle out loud? But I thought I'd laughed out loud. And I couldn't believe this is how I was going to die.
A situation that started bad just gets worse and worse and worse. The World Trade Center, South Tower, has totally collapsed.
It was really dark. I thought I'd fallen underground. It was searing hot. I could not catch a breath. I could start to see the lighting change. And all I hear is alarms, and it's loud, it's piercing. It's awfully sad knowing what that is. So firefighters have motion sensor alarms. If they're not moving for a certain amount of time, they activate. I climbed over the debris field. I heard voices. Someone pointed to this person on the floor. He was covered. This person was covered. If you didn't know to see him there, I may have missed him. Kevin. I thought he was dead. Incredible. He was alive.
Some of the things that I remember was being like right underneath the South Tower. Seeing the debris coming down. I remember and don't remember much of anything else after that. But this is the moment that I was told Al Kim found my body.
My focus now is on taking care of this firefighter, Kevin.
Right, chance we're
Instinct.
at Mach 1.94. It's probably about as fast as we're gonna go.
There was no doubt.
With
Kevin
auto
was hurt.
throttles.
Seriously. I went into one of the burning ambulances. I was in salvage mode.
Let's go ahead and get go ahead and get it to
are over my shoulder on fire. We got to get him out of here. This was in harm's way where we were.
Big concern now from the scene that the North Tower, the one remaining standing, is buckling.
So the very next decision was, what do we do with him? And I remember someone pointing to a parking garage. It felt like a good place for him to be. Whatever's better than now is where you go to. So we carried him.
And chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button and subscribe. Tell me where you're watching from.
Huddled in this parking garage. One of them, a woman, identified herself as a physician. Said, "I'll look out for him. I'll take care of him." I said, "Okay." And I exited. I was looking for more patients, more firefighters, more Kevins, but I didn't find anyone else alive except Kevin. He was my one and only patient that I had. I don't know the entirety of Kevin's story because I left him in the parking garage. And I still don't know, to this day, how, who, what got him to a hospital, what were his long-term injuries. I want to know what his recovery's been like.
Mach 1.94 chat, we are climbing still. There's the contrails.
They said they were concerned I had multiple
But
fractures.
look at that thin body.
They had said if for any reason that if your head tilted more than 45 degrees, you would have been a quadriplegic. It was definitely a miracle that I survived.
There's the afterburners kicking in.
And Al Kim can fill the gaps. All I know is he put himself at risk to rescue me. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, because he saved my life.
Off to the next waypoint chat, and then we're going to be approaching the west coast of North America, making our way east.
How's it going, bro? Hi.
Come on, man.
Good? Yeah.
There's another Concorde online. Flying from De Gaulle to JFK. wonder how many Concordes are airborne.
It's unbelievable.
Let's take a look.
All those thousands dead. I had one patient, it was you, man.
Wow.
I see someone pointing towards a body.
Okay, a body.
A body,
Yeah,
right. And so it's you.
They
So
are
that's how you are, you know.
heading from
Pretty terrible.
the Canary.
You
It
were
looks like
conscious, but you
Cabo
didn't
Verde
talk,
Islands. The
verbalize
Canary
it.
Islands are right
And,
up here.
So I pull things out of a burning ambulance.
Okay.
I get you on a backboard. I put a collar on you, and I gave you water.
Okay.
But you know where I left you?
Where?
The bottom line is I left you in a parking garage with no electricity.
Uh.
Okay, with a strange woman who told me she's a doctor for 25 years. Seriously, this is the absolute truth. I felt bad about it, man. I felt bad that I left you in that hole. Because that's not the job, you know? Yeah.
I feel very grateful because I'm alive.
The 74200 flying to
Thank
Lisbon.
I'm so grateful that you were there. I mean, you're the one who had the skill sets.
That means a lot, man. Do you know which vertebrae you had?
4, 5, and 6.
So you fractured?
Yeah,
Or-
multiple fractures. It's 4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, that's why they were saying you're very, very lucky. Because they told me if you didn't put the brace on, they said I would have been a quadriplegic.
Well, we don't know, but that's a possibility.
Right. I'm so glad to finally meet Al Kim. When he told me that story, not only is it good for him, but it also fills in the many gaps I have from that moment. I remember waking up in the hospital on the 12th. They woke
Oh, the
I
next
woke up,
day.
oh yeah, and I'm going, what's going on? I had lost all the guys in my firehouse. Ladder 35 did not survive.
That's terrible.
I felt so guilty. I was like a ghost in the firehouse. I mean, everyone died, but not me.
So I would tell people this story. I mean, if people asked me, they say, oh, you know, it must be tough for you.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm okay.
After 9/11, I retired from the fire service, built my dream home, and then I started a new life with my partner, Versha. I will never forget my brothers from Ladder 35 that made the supreme sacrifice on that day.
To see Kevin was an important moment for me. I didn't know about his friends and what happened to them. He was the only survivor. But it makes it even more poignant that he is. Oh, man.
Thanks, man.
This is great. He had his own demons and, you know, long-term effects to deal with. I guess the answer is we have a responsibility to those who didn't make it to make a good life out of what we have. You get a second chance, live life, you know, live it. That's what I would say.
Looks like it's totally blowing away. On the inside,
Get out of the area. The second tower is coming down.
They're telling you the second tower?
Yes, it's about to collapse.
I said, we go together, we stay together, we make decisions together. Out of nowhere, he says to me, my wife's name is Carol. Almost like we were writing our own obituaries at the time.
Be advised, the North Tower is down. All personnel be advised, the North Tower is down.
I always wanted to tell his family what we had been through.
Gosh, thank you.
My job was to dig every freaking pebble out of this place to get him out of it, you know?
When push comes to shove, he was coming out, or we were all staying there.
The heroes, I mean, it's really that simple.
to you.
Hey, John.
Time do you want to go do that?
Soon.
Well, text me. And did you take the message?
I did that.
I sent you a text message.
So I was gonna pull my car in and do it. I'm gonna do my meds first. Chad, I'll be right back. I gotta do something. I'll be right back.
Are you going out now?
Yes.
We go get my stuff.
Hendrik has metal on metal and started digging into the rudder. Someone had some rudders and replaced both sides.
Well, you're gonna have to order.
How much do I have in my stock? I was gonna go buy it has rudders or white. That's the money in the garage.
To do that, I mean, it's full to do.
I'll have to go down and get my wrestling truck. I'll go get my impact, all my wrestling truck.
Send me a message via email. I will forward it to your dad on what you need from your box, so that possibly you come home. Because do you have a key?
I have a lug fence on my luggage.
Right, but what I'm saying is, do you have a key in your box?
Box unlocked.
Okay. I could potentially send him a message to see if he can go by there tonight and get what you need.
My pressing tool is in the top drawer. I'll send them.
Send him a text.
I'm following them.
And let me finish up this, what I'm doing, and then...
It's what?
You're gonna need rotors in that.
Yeah, when you pads and rotors and busts. I'm
Now.
gonna place both sides just to get some.
I don't know if you could get it into let me see if it still has it there. It's a tire choice.
What has
It used to be they had a thing going on that was buy your rotors or buy your pads, and then you got your rotors free.
I sent him a text. Goes in the back of the car.
Yeah, price of $229.99 may differ in store location, but you have to call them and see if it's re-rate inspection. To see if they still have the if you get the brake pads, do you get the rotors? Yeah. What's that mean? Both sides?
From the rear ones.
You need the front one.
No, the rear ones. The rear ones are metal on metal. So it's 45 plus tax, you just said.
For the whole axle.
For just the left rear or for both sides?
49 per axle?
45. Is it 45 per axle?
I'm sorry, I can't.
No, it's just the rear ones.
485. That's $485. Are you doing just the back?
I'm just doing the back.
Okay, I'll have to transfer the money. How long is it going to take?
How long would it take to do?
Okay, would they be able to do it now?
All right, I'll just drop it off.
How are you going to drop it off?
I'll walk back.
Well, if it's only going to be 1 to 2 hours, then you can just go back.
Okay. I will. I'm headed there now. Alright. I will. Bye. Chat, I will be right back. I have to run out real quick. I will be back when I can. This one just across the street from my level.
Oh, so it's tired?
Yes, I'm called charges.
Okay, well, I'll transfer the money right now.
Transferring.
485.
Okay.
So I'm going to transfer a little bit extra just in case.
Okay.
That's why we want more products. I work with Online to get the best deals for my clients. Whether you're looking to sell for the right price or retain for that treatment, let's make your real estate experience smooth and rewarding. Start your journey like that comes big.
Just make your own. Car checks, first science, 96-hour well protection. Try all of them. Just restand. Fan favorite Pennsylvania club cheeseburger is back. That wings. It's kind of like a power bar, a muscle bar. Not expanded. Nobody's Pennsylvania club cheeseburger. Try it. Just keep rolling mornings. $118 per 7. You can tune in now with full champions. Saturdays, that's all the Tony service. Chris Fallon, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone. Just now, enjoy the weather for the week. excited to get out there and really have fun with the crowd. I know you've been doing this for a year. What do you think it means for these people? What means to stay
Surely that means nothing.
I'm just so grateful for everyone. People have said to me after Morgan, after our school, it's like the best day of their lives, but I promise you it's the best day of our lives. So thank you to everyone for showing out. This is unbelievable. We got way more work to get done. It may be another huge day, but this Indiana defense has been sensational all year. It was sensational again today. And the defense again maintained 2026 football and go on. And see that got to look at the first game and figure what didn't work, and then you answer something with the opponents, you adjust, and you got to try to put that outside the box. So sometimes you want to get a textbook out of the and organize and bring in your games, you know, it's going to one game, then when you play out here, obviously it's very able to score, the higher seeds have been take control of the early. Sometimes, you know, we see it in the NFL all the time. Teams do this in division play twice. I think there's a cat and mouse game. You need that one team game. You come apart with your a few ratings. I'm sure they'll do that, but at the end, they do the same team. You beat us all year long, and that's not what you need visual plays for. As Buck said, it's going to come down to execution. Got to Mars, over the last 3 months since the beginning of the existence, but then you are going to get these next 6 times. That's it. I'm trying to think as far as the right drive, up from that summer connection, the right touchdown, we'll see. Yeah, the interception is right that back short finish. It's basically routine. It's working. They're going to win. It's going to make it. I think that, as you said, that was the first sign of like, wow, this is it for the Indian team to go into that venue and win. So, let's say they're going to go through. They were fired up with chance to make that loss at home. And they don't get on the other end last year against Ohio State. Now they get a chance this year to do the same against Indiana. Good season. Tremendous interest. Talking about the divisional line. Oregon is dominant. Texas and last year. It's another great battle for a spot in the championship game between 2 Big Ten rivals. Oregon, yeah, with Oxford and the Big Ten. It's so funny and funny sound, right? Kind of wanted to get a fight for a championship. I'm excited that we're going to do it today. We're going to season 16th Girls Ball game. Don't forget to use this voice. Give me money. Get a great job directing it. Such a precious gratitude to now as begin a new year. This group did a great job all season long. We'll see some of the finals for 35 years in the middle. This time seeing it's a lot of us together. Maybe it's close. He swung on the toss. He elected to fire and then Mach comes out on the field. First ball was to channels. There's little fences in the country on the field. They kept on. These kickers really keep touchbacks. Standing field goal kickers as well. As they coach with them to keep all the base. centuries calling on the service. Stop that I'm not laughing. Launch again.
Shake up your shower with fragrances from every Install Junction Rock, Install Alliance, Install Music Rebellion, and Install Keeps You Going. Install everything you care about. There's a jump of everybody.
Speaking of work, I've been taking a game off in almost 20 years.
You got somewhere else to go?
Maybe. No. Can you explain this 3D brilliant stuff? What's it got to do with it?
The reason I'm talking to Osaka is just so Dr. Martin's great and let's take the conversation to but
You've got options. Tell Osaka wants me. What have you done?
Superior is always
But that's terrible. Out loud.
I understand the home has gotten hard. Inventory is tight and constraints are high. Making a move can be scary. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with Homeland to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their trade calls, and our sellers get top dollar even in a challenging market. Only it's our thoughts that actually, and together, we all breathe.
Sure. 3 times more protective limits, don't be little gray glasses on the skin. Jeez,
Vehicle breakdowns are possible. This comes out $2,600. But with endurance, you'll With endurance, your car's most expensive repairs are covered. What's Livery limit?
My car should only burns anywhere to $14,000 engine replacement. I've saved thousands and thousands of dollars.
Plus, endurance lets you pick any certified mechanic to do the work, or take advantage of their VIP repair network.
You tell them only 3 weeks. Legislate's got all right. If you have to raise your rate or claim your bond,
No, your rate stays the same no matter how we things work. After I made my first client, so you know, I expect my rate to change. It'll be clear.
that was reasonable. That's the case.
No. Totally beat every other competitor.
If your car's under 20 years old, insurance has you covered under local miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pick
What sounds more urgent? We are stranded or help or much involved in our next call. Please eat this. Your indecisive one now. There's so much NFL on ESPN right now, it's disgusting. I love it. I mean, football's on, pre-game and post-game, and then like 4 more shows about those shows, and we're getting Browns game probably. We're supposed to get eyes on NFL Network for ESPN now. That is, like that production works. Now we're good. Sick. Football is on this year right now. Yeah. So what's that mean? So what's that mean cost-wise? That's going to be most of the money that's in your account. What? Oh, okay. Well, as soon as... Okay, well, as soon as you get back here, do they know what time it's going to be done tomorrow? Because I have to go out and get my TB test done. Maybe I can see if Sister Meekum would let me use her van. No, I can ask. I just need you to come home. All right, bye.
Jet, I'm back!
I'm going to go up and talk to her. Be right back.
'63 views, chat. Very good, very good, very good. Learner's Paradise. Sorry, I was away from the stream, but we are an hour and 49 minutes away from landing.
I'm going up here to ask her to Mr. Pardmore to do my TV test as well as possibility of being in a class. If yours isn't ready, he's out of it. I'll have to ask your dad to get me later if you want.
There's not a day gone by in 25 years that I haven't thought about 9/11.
But yeah, Chet, I had to drop my car off at the shop and get rear brake stop, and I had to walk back home.
Day, I saw the absolute worst of humanity and the absolute best of people who responded.
That day, he decides to risk his life to save me. Who does that?
I fell into his arms. Like, I got you. I never saw him or heard of him again.
Let's get the afterburners going. So in case you missed a chat, we saw the Northern Cascades, and we are currently heading over the
couldn't lift myself up.
northwest, slowly making our way toward the Midwest and down to the southeast.
I always wanted to tell his family what we had been through.
I always tell people, it isn't me, it's we. And the heroes of that day, the guys that never made it out.
for me was a near-death experience. And my way to deal with the events was to put it behind me. But without both of them, I would have never made it out. It's been 25 years. Seeing them again will bring
You're
closure to
2,008 nautical miles away.
And, you know, I've always wanted to say thank you.
We're not going to start descending until we're in Atlanta or over Alabama.
Working at the Twin Towers was sort of a dream come true. I worked in the North Tower on the 67th floor, and I was the assistant director of operations for the Port Authority. Living in Bayonne, New Jersey, right across the Hudson River from the Twin Towers, we watched the towers grow over time as a young child. I would peer out the window trying to see what level the towers had gotten to. It was just remarkable. They were always an icon in the landscape of New York.
The World Trade Center holds huge memories. It reminds me of when I met my wife. One of our first dates, I wanted to impress her. We went to the top of the Trade Center, to the observation deck. It's this orange sunset. It was just beautiful. That's when I first kissed my wife, on the top of the World Trade Center.
Good morning. 64 degrees at 8 o'clock. It's Tuesday, September 11th. I'm Lee Harris. Here's what's happening. It's primary day, and the polls are open in New York City. Voters are deciding among about 250 candidates for mayor, city council.
I remember it being a fantastic morning. I took the walk from the ferry terminal to the Trade Center. And from there, entered the North Tower.
It was a beautiful, almost fall day. I got to work and went to the elevator bank. As I walked into the elevator, there was another person in front of me.
This gentleman I had never seen before walked into the elevator and nodded as usual.
As the doors were closing, last minute, a fella stuck his hand in there and walked in with a bucket and a squeegee.
I was a window cleaner at the World Trade Center. When I came to America from Poland, it was 1980.
Jay, I gotta switch out headsets. Gotta give me a minute.
I able to buy ticket, $10 exchange Polish money. That was my $10 when I came to America. I met my wife. We have 2 children. Before 9/11, life was good. But the doors started closing.
Ouch.
Put a stick between the
And no, Chad, I do not have COVID. I was just out of breath walking.
I looked up to see the window washer enter the elevator, who I had seen but never had spoken to before. I think he was going up to the executive floors as I was.
There's a DLR flying a Concorde from Miami to Toronto.
The ride was routine until it got to around the 65th floor. Jostled against the wall of the elevator.
Shake, 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 shake.
And then the elevator started to fall.
Someone hit the emergency button, pushing the button, pushing the button.
It came to a sort of screeching halt. I could see the look of shock on other people's faces.
We're looking at each other. I said, something's wrong.
We didn't know at the time what had happened to the building.
An airplane has hit the World Trade Center in New York City. There's a lot of smoke coming out of one of the Twin Towers. There's a fire inside the building. On one side, there's a large gaping hole.
There is smoke billowing out of both sides, really of all four sides, it would appear. This is anywhere between 10 and 15 stories down from the top.
Everything was pretty calm initially, but then smoke started to come into the elevator.
The sense of urgency to get out, I think, began to gradually increase.
Being one of the taller fellows
over Great Falls,
go up to the top,
over Helena, Montana. We're on our way to the Billings VOR.
Just pure force of will, we wedged our fingers and pulled.
And Atlanta Centers came in.
As we pried the door open, we saw nothing but a wall with the number 50 chalked on the wall.
So we're going to have to slow down to Mach 1.
Fallen about 15 floors.
Soon.
There was a thick concrete consistency in the wall.
I can remember people kicking at it, and it was just no go. At this point, it was panic. And I started to think about my wife, and I had 2 little girls at the time. My youngest was not 3. What would their life be like without me there? At that point, it's just like, get out. There's really no thinking about it. Got to get through there somehow.
We're looking at each other, and I take a squeegee from my pocket.
Amazingly, Jan, without a word, took the blade from his squeegee and began frantically pecking at the wall.
Just scratch, scratch, scratch. Try to make it weaker.
It was sort of a dangerous proposition because you didn't know if the elevator was going to stay where it was.
Views, chat.
On that morning, I'm on the subway. I had no idea that there had been a terrorist attack or that their plane had hit the North Tower. I didn't know anything at the time. I'd been underground the whole time. I had a really important morning meeting. Normally I would just breeze in at 9:30, but I remember I wanted to print out the papers for the meeting just to look at them. It was a happy time in my life. I was engaged to the man I love. I had just turned 30. I felt like I was on a trajectory, and I truly believed it was going to be the best year of my life.
The day of 9/11, I was working 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center. Born and raised in Germany. I used to be in the French Foreign Legion in the military service. And I just stopped it one day. I just said it's enough. I need to do something completely change of my life. I came to America in 1992, stepping into the world of Wall Street of finance. When the first plane hit, I walked over to the Trade Center. I wanted to see if I can help. And you're looking up, see this huge smoke. It's not a small plane, that's a big plane.
Alright, chat, so let's take a look at that sim radar and see where we're at. We are just across the hill in the VOR. We're heading toward the Billings VOR, followed by the Rapid City VOR.
People just so desperate.
Then the O'Neill and Omaha VOR.
You're helpless in that situation where you couldn't do anything at all.
United 175, do you read New York? Do you see that United 175 anywhere? And do me a favor, you see that target there, 33-5 climbing? Don't know who he is. We have a hijack. We have some problems over here right now. Oh, you did? Yes, I can't get a hold of the United 175 at all right now. And I don't know where he went to.
Hang on, Chad, I gotta grab my phone charger.
As we continued, we all took turns trying to break through a hole at least large enough to be able to get some fresh air.
My phone's almost dead.
I think we all felt a certain responsibility for each other.
Everybody was just in a rush to do it and get out.
I got out of the subway. When you walk up the stairs is the underground mall underneath World Trade. There's no windows, it's very dark. But then I noticed the whole place was cleared out. We were the only people there. I was like, this is weird. There were really big guys in WTC jackets, and I remember them saying, we're gonna bring you to safety, and everyone's like, all right, whatever. It didn't even register that there was a problem except for like, what's going on?
Get to Omaha VOR, we can start descending to 500. Omaha, we're going to start descending to 500. And then we get to Springfield, we're going to descend to 400. So that way, by the time we get down, we're going to be at I want us to be at Mach 1 by the time we get to Memphis. Actually, we're going to go down to 400 at the Omaha VOR. Then we want to start seeing that. Let's do it. All traffic of American Central Cities Concorde will soon to flight level 400. Let's go ahead and start reducing speed.
From hand. I said, oh my God.
The squeegee, and it fell in the crack between the wall and the elevator. We all froze.
You know, in a stressful moment like that, you don't think this is going to happen.
I think my heart sank because we knew that we had to find somebody else.
Oh my God. I still have a hand. I grab the handle and start scratching. But I said, don't worry, we can break it.
We just stood there, astonished.
It was just remarkable. This gentleman who I would see almost on a daily basis, his demeanor was probably the calmest of all of us. Although I'm sure he was just as frightened as we were.
Little by little, able to make a little hole. And I said, oh, thank God.
I was astounded.
The most fun you're going to have is on the approach.
Elevator shaft.
I decided to try facing the back of the elevator and doing a kick backwards, kicking at it. Come on. And we heard tiles coming down.
George, break it. The light is in. I said, wow.
we couldn't move fast enough to get through the hole.
And it turns out we were in the men's room on the 50th floor.
Here we come, just fresh out of the restroom. Jan was next to last and I was last in line. And I remember we were able to enter a stairwell. And firefighters are making their way up the stairs. I remember asking what had happened, and one looked up at me with a real serious face and said an airliner had crashed into the World Trade Center. I was in shock. The total impact
We are
of what had
an
occurred
hour and 36 minutes away from landing.
Occupy my thoughts. One of the things that always stick in my mind is the look of concern on the firefighters' faces as they walk past us. I'm sure that many of them that passed us didn't make it out. Their faces haunt me quite a bit.
I would definitely like to see Jan again. It's been a long time. And without Jan, without the last second sticking his hand in that elevator door, we wouldn't be talking right now, guaranteed. And I feel very blessed because I got to see my wife and my 2 little daughters again, and I'm proud to have been a positive influence on their life.
Actually, I'm going to bring down the speed a little bit, 390.
It's just a moment, 3 seconds could have changed everything. It'd be great to see him again, actually. Yeah.
When you go through a near-death experience, I was forever changed. My life was never, ever the same. There's almost a sense of relief.
Well, Mach 1 would be about 380 knots here. We're closing in on Mach 1 right now.
Sense of survivor's guilt. And, you know, I've always wanted to say thank you.
George.
Hey, Mr. Pachkowski, how are you, bud?
How are you?
All right.
Go ahead and give it a little bit less.
You look great.
370.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
Hopefully we can get it to Mach 1 immediately.
I think so.
I have to show you
Hoping.
a picture. This is me.
That's you looking back?
That's Tower 1. That's White Sharp. Yeah.
That's a crazy picture.
When people went north or east, I went West Street. Got the other side of the window guard.
Give it 350.
I was probably 3 blocks up Greenwich Street, and me and these 2 fellas were walking and talking, and I think maybe about 5 or 6 blocks.
Almost there.
Jan?
How are you? Oh my goodness. Long time.
We're at Mach 1.18.
Oh, you look well.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, Jan.
How are you?
How you doing, man?
Oh, my goodness. I want to tell you, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here.
You helped me. You helped me. You was with me. You was doing great.
It was you. You were the right man. God placed you there.
The right time, right.
When 9/11 comes around, I try not to think about it, and I just treat it like another day.
Yeah, I buried myself in work.
Didn't think about it.
Yeah, you had to put it out of your mind. I mean,
That's the way I do.
I lost 15 friends, so I was going to funeral after funeral after funeral. I can't hear Amazing Grace anymore.
Think about it. It's been 25 years.
Yeah.
And the whole younger generation, I don't think they can connect to it. If you're under 30, you don't have any memory of it happening. So think if you think about it.
That we're still struggling. After that, maybe 1 year, I can sleep. Shaking.
Alright, chat, we're still at the speed of sound. We're at Mach 1.08. Being at Mach 1, we're 2 hours and 18 minutes away. Go ahead and reduce speed a little bit more.
Maybe it was lying on the street. In the frame, area frame.
Keep it at 345, maybe 340.
It looked like the blade of the airplane hit their
Actually, 330. We'll keep it at 330. Which gives us Mach 1 exactly.
It's the freaking apocalypse. And he decides to risk his life. Like, it's hard to put words on that. Like, it means everything.
She was awake, but she was in shock. I said, "My name is Stefan. I'm here to help." And I was trying to protect her from the stampede. And there are pieces of debris still coming down, you know, the airplane pieces. At first I didn't see that she was seriously injured. Not too much blood. That was quite good, I thought. But the blade cut through her back.
We're going to go ahead and tune 3297 into the radio. There we go.
Everything on the back was missing. And how do you fix that? She's still alive. She still is alive. I couldn't believe that that injury.
As I look out, I see smoke pouring out. A lot of people crying, people just running.
My mom was in the tower on September 11th. Which one?
The most important was her safety. Don't fall asleep. The importance is keep the eyes open. I'm not going to let you go. Stay alive. I was just so desperate.
Well, Bell Artistic Creations, let me tell you something.
I was screaming and we need some help.
Don't let these cowards get to you.
We were running out of time.
Your mom will be proud for what you have done in your life. And just let you know, she will still love you. Even not of this world, she will still love you.
I have an ambulance full of patients. I got third-degree burns. What we're supposed to do is take this guy to the hospital and the remaining people in the ambulance to the hospital and get them out and get them to safety. There's a lot of people on the street.
And your mom is your guardian angel. Let me tell you that.
We drove 60 feet, and I saw her, and I looked at her, and she was just like in a daze. She was the only one on the ground that wasn't running.
And you cannot let that get to you.
She was being held up by some guy, which is pretty heroic. And I said, that's somebody's daughter. Maybe she has a kid, maybe she's somebody's mother. I said, I gotta stop.
Out of nowhere, the ambulance came. Oh, it was like incredible. I couldn't believe it.
Mother went to ask Sister to open the bar of the van because my car is at tire choice getting brakes done.
We all worked
It won't be
together.
ready tomorrow.
Put her on a stretcher. Gotta be so careful that you not destroy something, break something, or rip something apart. Got her into the ambulance, and that was it. You can't forget that. You don't forget that.
let's contact Denver Center. They're on 127.65.
Was a long.
Denver Center, good afternoon. American 1776 Concorde cruising at Mach 1, checking in 400. We're going to keep it as the final all the way to Orlando.
American 1776 Denver Center, welcome to verify altitude.
We like to keep it at 400 to prevent a stall.
American 1776, altitude invalid for direction of flight. You can either descend to 390 or climb to 410.
We'll take 390, 1776.
Okay, 17, correction, American 1776, descend and maintain, follow 390.
We're going down 390, 1776.
I don't know if you're familiar, American 1776, this is just for educational purposes, I don't care. It's just important to know, especially if you're flying on the network. So, westbound travel, that's from a 180 heading to 359 heading, that's even altitudes. Then a 360 to a 179 is not altitudes. So that's what you should be filing for based on direction of flight, just for future reference.
We'll remember that, 1776. Thank you for giving me a heads up.
No problem, then just verify you got send maintain level 390.
We're going down 390, 1776. Alright, Chad, I'm going to have to manually control it here.
American 8, Crescent United, 8154, Denver Center, welcome.
Just keep it there. Try and keep it there. Just try and keep it nose down. I'm trying to mitigate the pitch, hopefully, to keep it even flight. Try and keep it there.
Make sure your dad gets home before 5 tomorrow so that I can go to class.
Yeah, 1736, radar contact, altitude leaving. Okay, 1736, roger, continue climbing via stable up higher, passing traffic 2 o'clock, 10 miles, turning southbound for the downwind, and Airbus 321, 147 descending 11,000.
There we go, we're at
Delta 414, traffic will pass 1,000 feet below you, departing Denver at your 1 o'clock, 10 miles westbound, heavy 777, 6,800, climbing 10,000.
Roger that, we'll be looking out for it.
Just want you to be proud of
Just want to keep it at it, leaving altitude, guys.
United 8154, just verify altitude one more time. United 8154, just verify altitude. I didn't get your altitude readout when you checked in. United 8154, roger, thank you. Delta 414, traffic no factor. Yeah, 1736, traffic no factor. Climb maintain level 360. There's areas of moderate precipitation from your 2 o'clock to 10 o'clock. 15 miles. Areas about 4 miles in diameter, advising a deviation.
release it, then press it 2 times. You're welcome. Try and keep her steady. See what signs are on.
Delta 414, descend and maintain 9,000.
Maintain 9,000.
United 789, runway 8 clear for takeoff.
I don't think I did. There. Let's hold it at 390 and get back to it.
Delta 414, turn left heading 080, back to your final approach course, descend and maintain 8,000.
Left heading 080.
There we go. I've hit altitude hold and it gives me the other feet. I was trying to figure out how to get it to stay, to get the 1,000 feet increments.
Delta 414, about 8 miles from core, turn to left heading 020, maintain 8,000 until establishment localizer, cleared out left runway 34 at approach.
I figured out how to get 1,000 feet increments. It's a good thing we slowed down to
United 789, radar contact, climb maintain
to Mach 1 because Denver Center was on. Hours 7 in this jet. Concorde's airborne. Now there's two. There's me and there's a $1.82 Concorde.
Delta 414, runway 34 right, clear to land. land radar service. Terminate for Easter Bridge.
Back over to Unicom, 1776 so.
Yeah.
3297 is the next frequency. Did you hear what I said, Mother? Did you hear what I said? I finally got the 1,000 feet increments on the altitude set. Alright, chat, so we are going to stay at 390 at Mach 1. We're going to turn that off. We're at Mach 1.03. We are almost there, chat.
Now, I want to give you a little one before that. I'll tell you right now that I suffered from retrograde amnesia from the events that take place that I'm telling you about. So, not a lot going on. Just picture, like, when you see those movies, montage flashbacks. So, 9/11 starts for me in the firehouse. I remember hearing this thing like a beep boom plane in the North Lobby. I thought, oh my gosh. I remember we had a TV in the kitchen. And you can see there's nothing playing the south. So I'm looking at the buildings, but I'm also kind of looking at the guys. You can see it on their face.
Fuel heaters
Their eyes are
on.
there, but their thoughts are processing.
These are a lot of switches.
just tuning in, you may not believe me when I tell you this, but crashed into both towers of the World Trade Center this morning, causing massive explosions in both towers. The FBI jacking before the crashes. If you're a New York City firefighter and you are off at this time, you are requested to report to duty at your station house immediately. Obviously, we need the help here this morning.
I wish I could use the MD-11 chat for a flight like this, but it would take 13 hours.
I immediately went up to the officer's room, knowing that I was going to be relieved, and saying, "Sir, I know I'm off duty, but I'd like to be able to be on the rig." Says, "Listen, in the truck, we do not have an extra seat for you."
Up on the O'Neill VOR, off to the Omaha VOR. far we are now. Hour and 54 minutes. We're making up good time, chat. Chat, we got sad news in the country. World Dolly Parton just died. Chat, I'm right back. Vancouver and Winnipeg Center frequency. Chad, right back. I'm gonna get me a drink and I'll be right back. Almost here. We are getting ready to fly over Omaha. At once the speed of sound. Ouch.
And there you are with the cradle and the coffee. That is just
I caught those people, but she got them out to that area and got help. So, you know, collectively, all these people are alive because of what Maryland did. Before September 11th, for lack of
You know what's good about supersonic air travel is you can still do it in flight sim.
The president is calling this a terrorist attack. City firefighters are being called in.
Mach 1, you should be there around 342. We have Memphis Center online, we just popped on. Let's go ahead and get that radio frequency tuned up. 13255. we are listening in on frequency right now.
Did I giggle out loud? But I thought I laughed out loud. And I couldn't believe this is how I was going to die.
Alright, chat, while we're airborne, I'm going to give you a rundown of the tropics right now. We have 2 disturbances in the Atlantic. We have disturbance number 1, which is 40% chance of cyclone formation within 7 days, and disturbance number 2 is at 70% of formation. Disturbance number 1 is an area of low pressure located several hundred miles northeast of Bermuda, moving northeastward at 15 to 20 miles an hour. And this one is moving southeast of the Cabo Verde Islands. The one near the Cabo Verde Islands has changed little in organization over the past few hours. However, environmental conditions appear conducive for gradual development, and this system is likely to become a tropical depression during the next day or two as it moves west to west-northwestward. Environmental conditions could become less conducive for development by the weekend.
This is 512, thank you for the contact 15 miles north of the Shelbyville VOR.
There is multiple bodies in the Pacific right now. So let's go ahead and check that on that summer radar. Precipitation and intensity. And there is a tropical storm in the Atlantic right now.
Just confirm your research. You're indicating
hopefully that
technical south today. Thanks for the contact. Climate maintain the number 310.
This one's starting to get its act together. This one is forming right now. Clouds are right here. There's the cloud coverage. And you can see a typhoon here.
Delta 1127 Memphis Center, roger.
Green.
The very next decision was what do we do with it? And remember someone pointing.
Special Station 52 Memphis Center, roger. Actually, just confirm what score you're scoring right now.
So carried in.
1872, research transponder, squawk 1303 at INET.
There were a bunch of people, civilians, huddled in this parking lot. One of them, a woman, identified herself as a physician, said, I'll look out for him. I'll take care of him.
There's very few clouds over
Thanks for the contact.
Tulsa.
5 miles northeast, ready at the alarm, flight level 380, welcome.
More patients, more firefighters, more cabins. But I didn't find anyone else alive except Kevin.
So, question FedEx 1342, taxi Sierra to parking cross 27 at Sierra.
I don't know the entirety of Kevin's story. Because I left him
Let's see if we last longer than what we did on that Sunday. Looks like we're passing over Kansas City. We gotta find the airport and see where it is.
27 Memphis Center.
They had said if for any
That's Kansas City Airport.
Direct to Matthew, pilot's discretion, cross Matthew after maintains flight level 330.
And chat, I will give you bonus points for where the Mississippi River starts.
all I know is he put himself at risk.
Where does it start and where does it end?
I'd like to say thank you, first of all, because he saved my life.
FedEx 1750 in Memphis Center, welcome. The American 1250 will leave airspace for the North Kansas City offline radar service terminated, frequency change reversed.
Fracture?
424, cleared direct Wasboo, 5 miles from Wasboo, maintain, let's see, maintain 2000 till established, cleared the ILS 16 approach.
After 911, fire service. Build my dream home.
A144, thank you, the Hawkins Alpha 3004. Delta 753 Manchester Center, welcome. Claim and maintain flight level 320.
My wife's name is Carol. Almost like we were riding around a beach ring.
Yeah, that's the proof. Bye-bye. FedEx 1759, contact Atlanta Center 132.975. 27, the fast off flying, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. American 2588, pilot's discretion, cross Cape de Garde, will latch and maintain, flight level 280.
Message sensor, was that for 2588?
2588, affirm. Pilot's discretion, cross Cape de Garde, go answer, maintain, flight level 280.
Alright, cross that, we'll maintain 280 for 2588.
I gotta go to Discord real quick, chat, and I'll be right back.
November 424, thank you. Wind variable 4 knots from a 16 close to land Hawkins.
Memphis Center, I just got your ping. American 1776, we are cruising at flight level 390 at Mach 1.
American 1776, Concorde, Memphis Center, welcome.
Yes, Memphis, good afternoon, American 715, 78 miles north of Clarksville, 38.
American 715, Memphis Center, could direct Matthew.
Direct Matthew, American 715.
Memphis Center, American 1776. Have you heard the news yet?
American 1776, say again.
Did you hear about the news about Dolly Parton earlier?
Negative, sir.
It's... why does the good that have to die young?
American 1777, Memphis Center, roger. Or FedEx 1759, negative. FedEx 1759, you're right, 7 space radar, frequency change approved. American 2588, Kansas City offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. American 2588, Kansas City offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Alright, frequency change approved for American 2588. See you, thanks for ACC.
number 8144, taxi to parking, goodbye. Station going Memphis Centre, readability 2/5, you're very quiet. I believe that's UPS 1202 calling, it's still 2/5, very quiet there. UPS 1202 Memphis Centre, squawk 1023 and ident. So you're still really quiet there, squawk 1023.
Atlanta's offline, so we're going to go to Unicom afterwards.
UPS 1202, thanks for the con address. UPS 1202, radar contact 50 miles to the southwest of the Memphis VOR, flight level 370, welcome. American 715 pilot discretion, cross Matthew after maintain, flight level 330.
PD down to Matthew 330, American 7.
It's coming in a little bit better.
FedEx, name yourself, sorry, say again. The station going for a radio check, just say again for me.
That was Southwest 1872, radio check.
1872 Memphis Centre, readability 5. Thank you. Southwest 1872, leave my space to the southwest. Fort Worth offline, river service terminated, frequency change approved.
Fort Worth offline,
FedEx 9012. Indies offline, Vera service terminated, frequency change approved.
Chat, we are almost an hour away from landing. And we are still at the speed of sound until we get close.
Center, hello, Delta 962, 16 for 280. 100 miles east of Meridian VOR.
Delta 962 Memphis Center, squawk 5277 and ident.
5277 with flash.
Sorry, Delta 962, squawk 6045. 6045.
6045 Delta 962.
Delta 962, radar contacts 100 miles to the east of the Meridian VOR, climb and maintain flight level 280.
Up to 280, Delta 962.
Center Hill, Delta 1490 with Pablo 240.
Delta 1490 Memphis Center, hello, descend via the Swift re-arrival, Nashville landings north, the altimeter 3007.
Send Swift 3 arrival, expect landing north, altimeter 3007, Delta 1490. Center Delta 753 is back, thanks.
Delta 753. Surface 2676 Memphis Center, right in. Surface 2676, radar contact 40 miles to the north of the Razorback via wire, flight level 380, welcome.
Memphis Center, good day, Route 1711, flight level 380.
Route Shuttle 1711, Memphis Center, roger. Route Shuttle 1711, reset transponder, squawk 1040 and ident.
1040 and ident, Route 1711.
American 715, Atlanta Center offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Going to advisory, thanks for being on, American 715.
Good afternoon.
Alright, chat, we are 57 minutes away.
There's not a day gone by, 25 years, that I haven't thought about my life. Decades and lives.
57 minutes, chat.
All you guys are listening to 5.
Route Shuttle 1711, ident.
I never sent
And I knew my first name, 85. Well, one person became a very important part of my story.
Is Captain Canada streaming right now?
It's one man, those last moments. He told me something just before he died. Now his boys are grown up. They need to tell them what happened between me and their dad that day. It's something I feel I need to do.
Route 1711, radar contact 50 miles to the east of Lake Caledonia via wire, flight level 380, welcome.
Look and see what his call was.
Delta 962, pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 10,000 feet to the altimeter 2999er. Delta 962, pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 10,000 feet to the Gulfport altimeter 2999er.
Okay, PD down to 10,000, 2999 or Delta 962.
Delta
1490, expect the visuals to right approach the altimeter 3007.
Division 7, expect 02 I-4 control, Delta 1490.
I've been guiding people down the stairs in the North Tower. The South Tower came down. I always compare it to each subway cars doing the decision at the same time. Wow.
Yeah, right here.
Alright, chat.
I was a firefighter with Rescue 5. Ever since a young age, I always wanted to be a fireman.
Alright, chat, we are almost to Googie, and they're probably going to give us...
Remember my flashlight shining up the stairwell? Everybody on that staircase just
It's going to be approach mode. We're going to go to the first officer side.
144 Memphis Center, hello, cleared to the Kilo Sierra Hotel Victor Airport as filed. Maintain runway heading.
That's going to be the approach mode and the auto land.
Departures with me, squawk 5630.
Of course, we're at the frequency in the auto land.
Southwest 1946 Memphis Center, low runway 2 left, taxi via Tango 4, a Kilo, Bravo, cross runway 31 at Tango 4.
Tango 4, Kilo, Bravo, stop at Tango 4.
Yeah, runway 2 left.
About an hour outside the city, and I stopped to get fuel. And there was a fella with his binoculars leaning over the roof of his car. This is what's going on. He goes, oh, a plane that hit the World Trade Center. They put on, the news, and they were saying, like, they want any firemen reported at the firehouse, then it went to any retired firemen.
That's the center, Chemtrail 875 on the guy. That's it.
Just where we're on the ground at Memphis.
Chemtrail 825.
Right, so you said Memphis, just confirm, I don't see anyone at Memphis.
I'm sorry, I meant Nashville over. Chemtrail 825.
Control 875, thank you. Runway 2 left, taxi via Kilo, Bravo, the altimeter 3007.
2 left via Kilo Bravo, Control 25.
From hostage rescue to people threatening to jump from heights.
Delta 6, Delta 1490, fly heading 300, descend and maintain 4000.
You're under 4000, Delta 1490.
Ready to taxi, runway 16.
November 81424, runway 16, taxi via Alpha, the altimeter 3004, report ready for departure.
Alright, let's see who's call out. Right back, sure.
British 1711, clear direct blues.
Direct blues, British 1711.
That's me. Yeah, that's me. Gearing up to go out. Yeah. Put the flashlight over my shoulder. By then, I had a plan in mind. Get equipment, get a team, we can get upstairs. Rescue people. 5 of us off that day. But 3 of us came back.
Delta 1490 flighting 340.
340, Delta 1490.
Delta 962, Houston offline, British service terminated, frequency change approved.
Concord Unicom Delta 962, thanks, Steve.
After the first 2 collapse, there was this dead silence.
UPS Delta 2, just confirm your inbound waypoint.
We were trapped in a void below ground, somewhere between building 1 and building 2. And, I was stuck where it was.
UPS Delta 2, Memphis Center.
And I'm buried up to my shoulder, and my hips and legs were covered in debris. I came over my head, of course, my helmet's stuck.
Delta 1490, the field is clear 2 o'clock, 20 miles, report in sight.
So I
All current for Delta 1490.
well in my own environment was alone. It sounded awful. So it's soothing.
Circus 1496 from the 2 left line of point.
Alive, just separated.
Runway 2 left, line of runway southwest 1946.
Central 875, would you like Bravo 2?
From the flame.
36 Bravo 2, Central.
Central 875, roger, runway 2 left at Bravo 2. Question RNAV to JT. Runway 2 left at Bravo 2, clear to take off. The wind is variable at 4.
So clear to take out, RNAV.
RNAV to JT.
JT, there it is. Central 825.
Surface 1946, one to depart ahead prior to departure.
We have that traffic stuff. But you did give sequence lineup Bravo 1, right?
No matter what I did,
Right, so.
it was open.
Memphis, good day, Air Canada 1980, flight level 320 check.
And I realized my radio wasn't transmitting.
November 81424, thank you, runway 16, clear to take off. Correction, flight runway heading 16, clear to take off, wind 3001, correction, wind variable at 4.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 16, November 81424.
Air Canada 1980, Memphis Center, welcome. American 1776, Atlanta offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Or 28, American 1776 Concorde.
What's our
And the one cop, him and I, we just started running and he had to go up.
Let's go ahead and set CTAF to 243.
work together. Out of nowhere, he says to me, my wife's name is Carol. He said, my wife's name is Cindy. He said, I have a son, 7 years old. He said, I have a boy, 6 years old. And he had a
Want to get the visor down?
He said, I have a son 2 months old.
Too soon.
And that's what I thought too, I guess. If anything was to happen to him or I,
Let's go ahead and reduce it to 270, or it's 300 actually.
you know, tell my wife, boys, I was thinking about it for the very end. And I can relay that message on to his wife. It's good. Almost like we were riding around a big train with the top of it.
His dream was to be a police officer.
48 minutes away, chat. We are 48 minutes
Stand to helping others.
from landing.
That day, John had to work at 7:15 for roll call. He made it a point to always say I love you before he left. Kissed him goodbye. And I remember I was telling Nicholas was watching Sesame Street. And then
The visor coming down.
I turned on the news.
There goes the visor.
As I was watching, it took me a few minutes to even understand that this was happening in real life. I knew John would be there because tragedy like that would be all hands on deck. And I just worried in case something happened to him. He didn't do that. How did I raise our kids without their dad? He did that.
Why are they calling us out again?
51 minutes away, chat. We are 51 minutes from landing. I just Talladega Municipal back that way, because there's a speedway right there. Go ahead and climb 350 real quick so that way we can stay at speed.
I lost my friends and your dad. It's their resting place. So I feel at home there,
Let's go ahead and keep it at Mach 1 at 350. And then descend to 280 when we get close. 5 knots. Back to the speed of sound, Chad. We're going to stay at the speed of sound until we get close.
But there wasn't anything positive coming out of the pile.
Uh-oh.
Will was screaming, hoping.
We just lost the headset. Hang on, Chad. Lost sound. We just lost all sound, Chad. Why is show? What is it? Because we just lost all sound. Go here. And test my sound. Let's try a second. That's weird, because why, one, is there no sound all of a sudden? That's real swell. Let's diag this now. Not be good. Let's try. Okay, it's working on the speakers, but not the headset. So I think the headset may be fried. That's weird. Let's go ahead and reset it. Oh, wait a minute. It got disconnected. Hang on, chat. We're having technical difficulties. There we go, chat. We got sound back through the headset. Alright, let's go ahead and reduce speed. We're going to go ahead and reduce it to 330. We're going to go ahead and descend to 280. Only quotes, you might want to, this is a family, video, so please, mind the language. Chat, we are We're going to 210 at Cokes. Actually, now we're going to go 210 at Elite and then 4000 at Bugs. Alright, chat, we are coming up on Elite, so we're going to go ahead and descend to, actually, we're going to get Mayor, and then we're going to send 210. Flies are coming down. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde is on the Greenwich 5 arrival for the ILS 18 right, Orlando. We are almost to let's go ahead and set these two. Let's go ahead and set that back to default. Seatbelt signs are on. We're going to stay at 1210. We're going to descend at greeting to 14,000. We'll turn on approach mode. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde, we're descending out of 210 for 14,000 Orlando. Let's see if this plane can auto land. 002. Right back and we're in the bathroom. I'll be right back, chat. realize we're off course, chat. ahead and get down to 7,000, chat. Reducing speed 250. Lights coming on, chat. Why are we at 413 knots? Go ahead and get down to 3,000 feet. Reducing speed to 210. Go ahead and get approach mode on and landing. Let's see what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull throttles back until we get to Go ahead and get the gear down. Go ahead and get the group snoop down to full. Alright, still cockpit chat, we're coming in. Let's go ahead and reduce speed to 180. Go ahead and set auto land on. Let's see if the auto land feature works. If it doesn't, I'll disconnect the autopilot. Alright, I'm disconnecting the autopilot. Controls are mine. Alright. Zero cockpit chat, coming in for landing. Switching over to CTAF. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde on final 18 right, Orlando. American 1776 Concorde going around unstable approach. Let's go ahead and get the gear up and bring the visor up. else to have. We are over downtown Orlando. We're going to be coming back in for approach. Follow I-4, and we're going to come back just before this interchange up here. Passengers, flight attendant seats flame, please. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde, we're coming in for another approach, 18 right, Orlando. Go ahead and get the gear down. Auto throttle's off. Droop snoop coming down. Orlando approach, American 1776 Concorde, lined up runway 18 right, Orlando. Again, we're going around again. Orlando traffic, American 76 going around. Hopefully third time's the charm on approach. Let's go ahead and get the gear up. Bring the droop snoop back up a little bit. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde, we're lining up again. Come on, baby, come on. Make that tight turning radius. Come on, Concorde. Come on, Concorde, line up for the runway, come on. One power back. Right, get the gear down. Group snoop coming down. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde, hopefully third time's the charm. Coming in 18 right. We're gonna get a butter landing here. No turning back now. We're committed. Hold, hold, fleet. Get back down, get back down, get back down. Third time's a charm, apparently. Orlando traffic, American 1776. We're going to be taxiing Bravo 10 to the gate. Orlando traffic, American 1776, crossing 18 left 36 right on Bravo 10. Go ahead and open the window so we can show you the window operating. Alright, welcome to Orlando, chat. Turning on the external power, we're going to go ahead and roll the windows back in. Then number 4, 3, 2, and 1. Alright, chat, we are welcome to Orlando. We officially made it. And we're going to let them know we're going to be signing off. Orlando traffic, American 1776 Concorde. We are signing off. We'll see you next time. Alright, chat, that's going to be it for today's stream. Like, subscribe, and comment where you were watching from. As always, see you guys next time.